Introduction by members. Minister for Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. It's with great sadness today that I rise in the House to honour the work and the life of a leader from our community here in Greater Victoria, and she was also a friend and a colleague of mine as well. Helen Hughes passed away recently at the age of 89. She had previously worked in the Ombudsperson's office here in British Columbia and served on the BC Council of Human Rights as well. She was elected in 1990 to Victoria City Council and served for 18 years in Victoria. But she was devoted to helping others throughout the whole of our region. That was how I came to know her amazing work, Honourable Speaker. She was the originator of Super Bowls for Hope for the Victoria Youth Empowerment Society, which has raised close to $1 million to help to provide programs and services for vulnerable youth across our region. And she worked with medical health officers to organise the Capital Region Action Team on sexually exploited youth. She has a long list of awards and accomplishments that she has very well deserved, and was also named a member of the Order of Canada in 1982. As Helen herself says, a leader must have other people with whom to work towards a goal, and Victorians have shown their concern and compassion. Being involved in a diversity of activities and causes makes life easier and better for all, and leads to a better quality of life for citizens of all ages in Greater Victoria. Helen certainly made life easier and better for all.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call continued debate the estimates, Ministry of Finance. In the Douglas Fir Room, Section A, I call committee stage on Bill 15, Low Carbon Fuel Act. And in the Birch Room, Committee C, I call continued debate until 2 o'clock of the Ministry of Health estimates, and then to be followed by the Ministry of Forests estimates.
Government House Leader. Are you going to call for?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Vote number 26, resolved that a sum not exceeding $318,847,000 be granted to Her Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Finance, Ministry Operations to 31st of March, 2023.
Leader of the third party.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, delighted to have the opportunity to ask the Minister some questions about her ministry and finances and all things. I think I'm going to start with a kind of a higher level philosophical question about how the Minister sees her role vis-a-vis the responsibility to the public when it comes to transparency and accountability of how money is spent by government.
Minister of Municipal Affairs. Ministry of Lands, Water and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to make an introduction.
Minister seeks leave. Is leave granted? Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
I'm very pleased to welcome the grade 5 class today from St. Mary's School in the riding of Vancouver Kingsway with their teacher, Ms. Reisnar. I hope that I have pronounced that correctly. I want to welcome the students here and just very briefly explain that we're in a process called estimates, and we are joined here today by the Minister of Finance, who is presenting a plan for government spending for the coming year and how we will provide the services that British Columbians depend upon and that make their lives better. And we are hearing questions from members of the opposing political parties, and right now we have the leader of the third party, the Green Party, who is posing the questions, and so you will witness some back and forth. The Minister of Finance is also joined by her staff, and we welcome you here. So thank you for coming.
Thank you to the Minister of Land, Water and Resource Stewardship. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome to the students. And I can assure the members on the other side that there are indeed students up in the galleries, and I invite them to pay close attention. So the member had asked a question. I don't know if you were here for that question around I think the way the member characterized it was a high-level question around philosophy around my role as the Minister of Finance. I also have a dual role. It's not just Minister of Finance, but also the Chair of Treasury Board. And the role of both of those roles is to manage the public purse, steward of public finances, and the majority of that responsibility does flow from several pieces of legislation, several laws that are here in British Columbia. One is the Financial Administration Act as well as the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act. Those two laws guide government to engage in certain activities. First of which, and I'll just start as well at a high level, around consultation with the public and how critical it is to engage the public to identify what their priorities are as British Columbians. And so there is a cross-government group that goes out. Typically they go out June-ish, depending on whether or not we're in a pandemic, I suppose, but the idea is to go out in June and to hear from the public, hear from various groups about what some of the needs are in our province. And then that gets fed into a budget process. The other part that comes out of those two pieces of legislation is the timing for the budget, as well as what needs to be in the budget. Another piece that flows from that is making sure that there's quarterly reports so that we are sharing with British Columbians on a quarterly basis about the status of what is happening on the revenue side of our ledger, as well as our expense side, as well as our debt, so that the public can be regularly made aware of the status of the finances for the province. And also coming out of those two pieces of legislation is service plans. How we're spending the money. How are we spending the money? And I want to thank the member for her question, because one of my biggest challenges, I will say, as Minister of Finance, is to really push an outcomes-driven reporting back, which I will say is not easy to do because it's a large system, a large way of traditionally of thinking and moving beyond outputs and moving into outcomes, which is, I know that's the members' passion as well. It's mine as well. I think we actually met around this what feels like a million years ago now when we were both in local government. And I want to let the member know that I am moving that as quickly as I can, but it is not an easy process. And the other thing I want to acknowledge is, as Chair of Treasury Board, that I don't make decisions alone. I have a Treasury Board of many ministers and a handful of folks who are part of our caucus. And that goes through a rigorous process to make sure that as we make decisions on behalf of British Columbians about how their dollars are spent, we use a lens of what are the outcomes that we're seeking here, and how is that going to be reported back as part of our questioning, because it's very much a value of our government. And I look forward to seeing what other questions the member might have.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that response. I appreciate the legal framework that she provided. I had been hoping for a bit more of her view of her role as an elected official, but that's okay because we don't have a lot of time and there's a lot to cover. And I think a couple of things there. This government has had some challenges with being perceived as being secretive. The changes to the FOI legislation, the delegation of the powers of the Treasury boards into the chair and the vice chair of the board that was passed in the legislation earlier this year. And then the largest infrastructure project in the history of the province, which is Site C, really is shrouded in secrecy. And last year I asked the Minister in finance estimates about hoping for some more transparency around Site C. And we know that the Premier was just visiting the site last week, indicated that he didn't ask the questions around budget, construction schedule, or technical challenge. But I think that in terms of the public's right to know about public money being spent on a project of this size, that in order to maintain that sense of trust and accountability, that the transparency piece is really critical. So last year when I asked about the reports from Site C, and in particular the report by Mr. Milburn, the Minister indicated, what I can say is that BC Hydro, under oversight of the Project Assurance Board, the Project Advisor Board, the Special Advisor, the Minister, Mr. Milburn, the Minister responsible, they've been releasing reports. But as we know, the full Milburn report has not been released. Can we expect that report to be released?
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just so that the students know who are watching here in the chamber, I talked to my staff about making sure that I get all the correct information so that I can share it with the member opposite and with all British Columbians who are watching. We're televised, so next time you want to be riveted by the activities that are happening here in the chamber, be sure to turn on your legislative channel and you can watch from the comforts of your own home. But it's lovely to have you all here in the chamber. The member knows that the Milburn report was released under the FOI-able, it complied with FOI legislation. That was released. Part of what came out of that report, however, I want to point out to the member is that Hydro is required to to deliver quarterly reports about all of their activities, all of their progress. The last report that we saw and that we reviewed was the end of March or early April. The member can easily find that, and if she needs any help finding that report, I'd be happy to deliver that to her.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Interesting how long it took to get that short of an answer. We have really limited time in finance estimates. But to be clear, what was released was a heavily redacted version of Milburn's report. His entire report was not released except for recently to West Moberly First Nation by the courts. It was released to them. But the public has not seen the full Milburn report. The public does not know what background information BC Hydro gave to the dam experts, John France and Kara Hogg. The public doesn't know the cost of the steel that the giant steel pillars that are being used to address the geotechnical instability issues. The public doesn't know a lot about the single largest infrastructure project in BC's history. And so it's really important to at least acknowledge that. That's a part of just being straightforward. This is a project that has been increasingly shrouded in secrecy, and the non-release of the Milburn report last year, and then the eventual release of a highly redacted report, and the fact that in the reports that are coming out, there's a lack of information available to the public, to the members of this legislature, to really understand. And I'll end on Site C on this, and hopefully it's a really quick answer. I asked it last year as well, but is there an upper cap on the cost of this project? So it's gone from 8 to 10 to $16 billion. Premier again was out there last week, didn't really indicate if he thought that the project would come in either on time or on budget. Last year, I didn't get a really straightforward answer, but it would just be, I think, important for the public to know, is there an upper limit on how much will be spent on Site C?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I can remind the member that Treasury Board and Cabinet have approved a $16 billion budget.
Member.
Okay. I guess for next year, we'll see how that's going, and probably be asking the same questions again. Quite a different topic now, but the Ministry of Finance, as well as other ministries in government, currently contract out to a company called Maximus. I think in the case of the Ministry of Finance, it's to run the call center for speculation vacancy tax. I understand that SDPR uses this. There's other areas. Maximus is a third-party corporation. They have a reputation for some challenging treatment of workforce, inconsistent hours, cutting hours of business too slow, inadequate training, limited supervisor support, lack of benefits. and this is specifically about this, but really more in a general way, when the government contracts work out to a third party, what oversight is maintained over those third parties that are contracted out to do government work?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The question about Maximus and how oversight happens, the member will have to, I regret to inform, will have to check with Citizen Services as they hold the contract, and finance works through them. So Citizen Services is technically is the holder of the contract.
Member.
Okay, thank you very much to the Minister for that. We will inquire that way. Housing property tax. So we know, obviously, and I know the Minister is well aware of how challenging it is for people right now when it comes to housing. And we also know that, and this is also according to the budget, that there's a great deal of revenue that comes into government from property taxes. Is there any consideration of dedicating a share of property tax revenue specifically to non-market housing initiatives?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm pleased to hear questions about housing. And I know that the member feels very strongly about making sure that we continue to build out on our plan. We have a $7 billion 10-year plan to roll out and build thousands of homes for those who can't find homes that they can afford that meet their needs. We're continuing to roll out that plan. In this budget, we delivered an additional $100 million that we earmarked to accelerate that plan so that we could move even faster on it. The Treasury Board does have the ability to earmark revenues from this tax to the Housing Priority Initiative special account. As we have seen, we have done some of that, and the ability remains for Treasury Board to earmark more resources as we continue to build out what is probably the most robust plan to build out thousands and thousands of homes that are for those who can't fully participate in the market, which has been particularly challenged given the lack of rental and affordable home ownership. It's also why we added another, in the last budget, $2 billion in resources for the Housing Hub so that they too can deliver a different, more middle income housing as part of the plan, looking at rent to own, which is also a new action taken to find ways to help people get into the market. And it's why in this budget, we identified resources to actually hire more people to help move more projects out faster, because the response to build out for middle income from the private nonprofit sectors was significant. And so there was a need for more bodies to make sure that these projects would go, and so that we can continue to move quickly on a very challenging problem.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that the Minister recognizes that non-market piece as so critical. I think that, and ideally we're seeing steadier and clearer investments specifically, and I know my colleague, Sanders North and the Islands, asked about the Housing Hub last year, and that desire to see a guarantee that that really does look at co-op, not-for-profit, non-market housing, because that's so critical. I'm going to jump into another area. Jumping around very quickly because we have limited time, but affordability is obviously something very significant, and BC introduced carbon tax 2008, and a lot of the advocacy for carbon tax in its early days was for a program of carbon fee and dividend, it was called, and it was meant to have two purposes. One, which is a rising price on carbon pollution, that's the fee part, and then a dividend to help people really during a transitioning economy, recognizing that that burden will become challenging as we move to a ideally low and then no carbon economy. In BC, I think our dividend is very limited. So if you have an income of $32,000 or less, then you qualify for the full dividend, which my understanding is this July is $193. And if you have an income, individual income over $42,000, you no longer qualify. So it's a pretty small little window in there. For families, I think it's up to $60,000, at which point you don't qualify. I would suggest that families making $60,000, individuals making $40,000 are definitely feeling some pretty significant cost of living crunches. And when we compare this to the federal model, which has been adopted in Alberta, Saskatchewan, for example, the yearly dividend for an individual is around $600 or $700. And so the revenue coming in from the carbon tax in British Columbia is somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 billion. but it's a pretty small portion of this revenue that is going back in a dividend, a rebate to individuals and to families. And given that we can, I think, anticipate for a while these enormous pressures on people with the cost of living going up, everything from gas to groceries to shelter costs, is the minister considering looking at what was in its kind of sort of economic theoretical foundation of a carbon fee and dividend, looking at this being a mechanism by which people can anticipate quarterly dividends that will help them through this affordability crisis. I remember when the carbon tax first came in, people got a check. It was great, right? It was a way to say, yeah, here's a mechanism for us to address climate change, but also to help people navigate unaffordability. So again, my question to the minister is, of the $2 billion in revenue from carbon tax, is there consideration that this can be a mechanism to help people with affordability on an ongoing basis by returning some of that to people who are really bearing the individual brunt of cost of living rising?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to assure the member that we always look for ways to address affordability. I know that she's heard the same stories that we're hearing. We're all hearing these stories of families under considerable pressure, given the spike in inflation that we are seeing and that we are experiencing. And so we are always looking for ways to address affordability. I also want to let the member know and let the chamber know that we are undertaking a carbon pricing review as part of that was announced as part of the increasing carbon taxes. And so again, looking at how do we address that in a way that helps those who have the least ability to manage increasing costs. And so that is also being undertaken.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think one of the, again, back to the origins of the theory of the carbon fee and dividend was that those who have the means to use more oil and gas, more, carbon will pay more, but those who use less, which is typically when you go along a socioeconomic scale, that they would benefit the most. And so there is an addressing inequality aspect to how this can be executed. I think the other aspect to this that would be helpful is around the transparency. And so of the around $2 billion in revenue that comes in from the carbon tax, can there be a commitment that it be transparent how all of that money is being spent? Since ultimately, I think a lot of people would recognize this is meant to be a tool for addressing climate change and also inequality. And if there's transparency about how all of that revenue is being spent, then the government is accountable for whether it's using those funds effectively to achieve those, as the minister said, outcomes that she's committed to.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So first off, I want to just draw attention to the Climate Change Accountability Report that lists out spending that comes from this $2 billion. But just off the top of my head, I was asking staff to just run a couple of numbers because just on our housing initiatives alone, we're talking about inequality as well as climate change and investing in climate change actions. So we have over $1 billion a year that we're spending just sort of on the housing and homelessness sort of file that is helping people in the moment address housing challenges and dealing with inequities, social inequality, as the member had said. In 2021, Climate Action spent $1.3 billion. That includes the tax credit. So just right there in those sort of two areas, we're over $2 billion. So it's being spent as it should, as well as additional tax dollars being spent to deal with social inequality and deal with climate change activities.
Member.
Thank you. As an aside, there's a court case about that Accountability Act right now, but that's in another minister's file. Staying with revenues, but this specifically from oil and gas royalty revenues. In the provincial budget, there was an indication of actually increasing revenues from oil and gas royalties as budgeted into the next several years by this budget. But specifically, it was indicated that revenue projections from oil and gas royalties were done without any consideration for the review process of oil and gas royalties that is underway, and I believe we're getting a, hopefully, unredacted report on that soon. But that the anticipation was that there would be increased revenues because of increased production. So it's another one of these kind of confusing and contradictory views of the future, in that we're going to continue to increase our production of oil and gas, mostly fracking, rely on those revenues for budgeting, and somehow square that with climate action. But given that the budget relies heavily on oil and gas revenues, my question is why were considerations for the royalty review not included in the revenue projections?
Minister.
Thank you. Welcome, Madam Chair. So I listened carefully to the member's question around the oil and gas revenues and the review that has been undertaken. And it's one of those times when it's sort of like timing is everything. And so until there's policy work done, until there's an adoption of a new way to address revenues that come from oil and gas industry, it's sort of the old and the status quo applies until such time as we have policy direction, and then we take that direction as government and incorporate it into our budgeting processes on a go-forward basis.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to seeing how that policy unfolds when we get the results of that royalty review. Hopefully it's not just minor changes. I think there needs to be some pretty significant overhaul, but we'll see. Last year, I asked the Minister about the Landowner Transparency Act, the public registry. I had some very specific questions that had been raised by the C.D. Howe report on that legislation that came out, specifically about the ID verification of people in that registry, the $5 fee and the keyword search, and lots of discussion back and forth. But one of the things the Minister said in her comments was that there would be a lot of attention paid to details like this as the implementation goes forward. So kind of a two-part question. How is that implementation going? Is it going as scheduled? Is the registry up and running and functioning as one would hope it would be? And on those specific items around ID verification, the consideration of the fee, in the UK, for example, there's no fee. And the keyword search, since we are, I know, all committed to combating money laundering, just an update on those aspects particularly. The first part is, how's that implementation going?
Recognizing the Minister of Land, Water and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to make an introduction.
You've heard the question. All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to welcome to the gallery today a grade 5 class from St. Mary's School in the Vancouver Kingsway riding. Welcome to the students, the teacher, and the chaperones who have come with you today. I also want to let the House know these students are here to witness what takes place in the legislative chamber here, and for the students here to let you know that we're in the process of estimates, and we have with us the Minister of Finance. She is presenting government's budget and spending plan for how we provide services for British Columbians, and she is being asked questions by members of the opposition. Right now we have the leader of the third party asking questions, and we'll probably hear questions from other members while you're here, so please make yourselves very welcome, and will the House welcome them with me? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and welcome to the students. Glad that you're here. The member had asked a question about the Landowner Transparency Registry, and I think it's important to sort of capture a little bit of the story about how it's transpired over time. So on November 30th, 2020, the Landowner Transparency Registry, first of its kind in Canada, came into force, putting an end to hidden ownership of real estate in British Columbia. The member knows, and I know all members of this House know, that for years people were able to use shell companies and trusts to hide who really owns property here in British Columbia. So the Landowner Transparency Registry legislation came into force. And the idea is to collect information on the beneficial owners of real estate, to shine a light on who's using corporations, partnerships and trusts, and perhaps not really sharing their identities. On April 30th of 2021, the Landowner Transparency Registry became searchable by the public and by authorized regulators, including law enforcement and tax authorities. Then for November 30th, 2021, it was anticipated that anyone who owned property prior to November 30th, 2020, and hadn't yet transferred it, would file a report so that they wouldn't be offside of the legislation. We then heard, subsequently we heard from the legal community that they were behind on their workload to assist their clients in making getting the appropriate paperwork done. And so listening to them and engaging with them, we are providing extra time to help people do their due diligence, get their paperwork done so that they're not offside of the legislation. And we are adding resources to educate and move that as quickly as we can. We did hear some of the same feedback that the member shared around fees and such. Given that this is brand new legislation and it's a brand new activity, we've certainly have heard that and it's registered with us, and we need to see how this works as it goes, because it is unique, and it is the first time that anyone is doing this here in Canada, so that we as a government, we always take in feedback, we always listen to and look to see how things are working and make adjustments accordingly. But at this point, we're just hearing the feedback and seeing how this new and unique piece works and how it plays out in the real estate industry.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to this conversation next year too, to see how that feedback's going. I think back to the outcomes oriented, if it really is about ensuring that property isn't being used in ways that wouldn't adhere to laws and regulations and also our expectations, that's being addressed by this registry. This will be my last question. I'll pass it back to my colleagues in their mostly blue suits to take over from here. There was a recent comment from Business Council BC worried about the way that Stats Canada calculates inflation on home prices. And the concern is that StatsCan is underestimating housing price inflation, which then fuels monetary policy that sustains historically low interest rates, although I recognize those have gone up a little bit lately. But that, according to Business Council of BC, they state, quote, reported changes in the shelter component of CPI likely understate the true shelter cost inflation facing many homeowners in BC and Canada. And I think back to the housing crisis we see, this does absolutely seem to be the case. My question, and again, my last one, is what potential advocacy can the minister and the Ministry of Finance undertake to revise the role that inflation calculations play in addressing the accelerating BC housing crisis?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I want to share with the member that we do consult with BC Stats through the Ministry of Citizen Services, and this is a long-standing issue around how Stats Canada does the calculation. We have let them know that this is a problem, and we're not alone in that as a jurisdiction. We're challenged to sort that out, and I can assure the member that we'll continue to pursue that so that we have a better reading and a better understanding of how people are impacted.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And just before I jump into some more questions, I'll let the Minister know I'll be heading into the realm of the BC IB over the next little while. Yeah. Also, just yesterday, the minister had mentioned how Charlotte and Beatrix were eagerly watching at home, and then it got passed on to me that another young lady in Kamloops, who apparently his favorite pastime is to watch the legislative channel during afternoons, was eagerly watching yesterday and wondered why she wasn't mentioned. So I just wanted to say hello to Jasmine, and apparently she likes to watch quite every day. So there you go, each to their own, and a budding young politician, I think. I'm just moving on, though. There's been a lot of discussion, obviously, over the last week now, or 5 days, around the museum and its announced redevelopment plan. There was mention that the museum, part of it would be funded through Clean BC. I just would like the minister to confirm whether or not any carbon tax or Clean BC will play any part in the redevelopment of the museum.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I believe what the member is referring to is our ESG framework for capital. We have an environmental, social, and governance framework for capital supports of provincial infrastructure when we own the infrastructure, and we implement these key government priorities into the capital projects. Then the key priorities, they are stated in my mandate letter, and they include things like consideration for childcare spaces, the use of mass timber, which is going to be used in this project, as well as Clean BC objectives. So can we make sure that it's going to reduce GHG emissions? If we're going to be building it, let's make sure it's the cleanest building possible. I think that is a wise use of our dollars, as well as labor objectives. So are we making sure that we have a diverse workforce? Are they a local workforce? Do we have underrepresented groups having the opportunity to learn new skills and to skill up? I know that members know that we're expecting a significant labor shortage over the next coming years, and making sure that we have a skilled workforce is critical. So we want to use these dollars to make sure that we are building on those investments. We're getting a better return on our investment. And we believe that by building environmental, social, and economic planning directly into our capital projects, into our capital investments, we help build a future where all British Columbians have an opportunity to thrive, like the young people who are just heading out now. And I want to thank them for their rapt attention as we discussed the estimates of finance. And I too want to say hello to Jasmine and welcome. Glad to know that there are some people who are watching us. And I want to thank the member for introducing us to Jasmine. So it is with all of these things in mind, the environmental, the social, and the governance elements, that we are building into our capital projects so that we can deliver on a workforce, make sure that we're reducing GHG emissions, having childcare spaces built into our numerous projects, and that we are using mass timber wherever possible, and that really helps our forestry industry.
Member.
Thank you. So I'll take that as a bit of a roundabout or extended answer around the museum specifically. A lot of the language in that answer seemed to reflect what we hear when a CBA is justified. So was the approval of the $789 million for the demolition and replacement of the museum contingent on it being a CBA construction?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not a CBA project.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that's interesting because it's $789 million. It's in line with the language in the answer from the first question was very much in line with what are purported to be the CBA parameters. So why would this project not have qualified as a CBA when other projects further down the road are still indetermined whether or not they will actually be a CBA or not? But it sounds like the final decision's been made that the museum will 100% not be subject to a CBA.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So a decision on whether a project will be completed using the Community Benefits Agreement that's made during the annual capital budget update. Major projects like this one are assessed based on the geographic location, the timing, the labor requirements, and it was determined that this would not work given the amount of work that that CBA is doing, that in terms of the timing of when we were doing this work and making sure that we could deliver it as a CBA project did not make sense.
Member.
Thank you. That makes, frankly, no sense. The CBAs, first off, it sounds like the museum is much further along than we've been led to believe to this point. And obviously there had been much more discussion at Treasury Board around this project. But one of the fundamental selling points of CBAs from this government all along has been the local hire requirement and the ability to train up apprentices and use those government projects. Can the minister point to, within this construction timeline of 8 years, what major projects are currently under CBAs in this geographic region that would be restricting a CBA to be in place on $1 billion project when they're in place all over the interior on $150 million here and $200 million there projects? How there wouldn't be the need to engage Indigenous communities and women and every other type of construction aspect on a building project for a CBA if the whole premise of the CBAs are for that. And to be clear, I'm not a supporter or a fan of the CBAs. I think they add costs. Probably the reason this isn't subject to a CBA is it's the only way to try to keep the costs somewhat under control. But it seems completely contradictory and nonsensical as an answer from the minister to say that for geographic reasons, a project that's not slated to be done for 8 years wouldn't match when I'm hard-pressed to find any CBA agreement on any major capital spend in this geographic region of the province right now.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am pleased that the member clarified his feelings about CBAs. I thought maybe he'd converted and become a fan of them based on his questions. But I want to let the member know that when we review a project, we take a look at the whole list of projects, of CBA projects. We do look around the region. We do have Cowichan Hospital, for example, is on the island. And we look at the timing of projects because we do have to move the labor force around to the various projects as they continue to get their hours in and their apprenticeship hours in. And so this is all part of the consideration about where we are looking at capital projects, what is already in the pipeline, where it's going to be, and our ability to move folks around in order to deliver the project. It was decided that this project would be a good candidate for CBA. Having said that, we are also working on a number of projects that we are delivering where we have project labor agreements, where we do a local hire policy with the proponents so that we do make sure that people have the opportunity to get in some hours. It's not in the formal sense of working with the CBA, but the value of this government is to maximize the dollars that we are spending, making sure that we are skilling up a workforce wherever we can. So whether it's a CBA project or not, we continue to drive our values, which is let's make sure we're hiring Indigenous people. Let's make sure we're hiring underrepresented people. Let's make sure we're hiring women. Let's make sure we're helping people skill up because I know the member well knows that we need to be ready for the next generation where we're going to see significant job vacancies, and we need to have a skilled workforce, and we're using our capital dollars to help fill that gap.
Member.
Thank you. Well, it's been no secret that this side has characterized the CBAs as nothing more than the Premier's chosen 19 unions. So it's a little astounding to me that on what has been dubbed the Premier's Vanity Museum project, those 19 favoured unions have had their back turned on them by the Premier and by this government, and they've walked away from CBAs. The Minister references the Cowichan Hospital. That's $840 million scheduled to be completed in 2025. If you look at the timeline of the museum, as buildings finish commissioning, there's stages of when people work on buildings of this size and scope and magnitude. So the people that would have been putting the major concrete works and things of that nature in at the Cowichan Hospital are not the ones running around doing the finishing work in the last year. That would actually line up with when the museum would actually be under construction for that skill set that started the Cowichan Hospital. So the question to the Minister is, she referenced it doesn't fit the geographic needs at this time. What are the geographic needs for a community benefit agreement in the Victoria region?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think it's important, and I want to read into the record, the value of these CBAs in terms of what it's delivering. And I know the member is not a champion. He's certainly made that clear. We have, to date, 12 projects that have been approved to be delivered by CBA. We have one completed. That's the Illecillewaet Brake Check project. We have 7 that are underway. The Petula Bridge Replacement Project, the Broadway Subway Project, and we have several Trans-Canada Highway program projects, Kicking Horse Canyon Phase 4, Chase East, Chase West, Salmon Arm West, and Quartz Creek Bridge. We have 4 in planning and procurement, Madam Chair. We have BCIT Trades and Technology Complex, the Cowichan District Hospital Replacement Project, and 2 Trans-Canada Highway projects for Tatapin and Brun Bridge. And of course, the timing for doing all of these is one element. The geographic region is another element. And the opportunities that lay ahead in the region are also part of the consideration. What I want to say, what I think is critically important is in terms of understanding the impact, the real impact that these projects have had on people's lives. We have doubled the number of women on these projects, Madam Chair. So whereas industry has 6% women on these projects, we have 15% women. I'd like to see it go even higher, Madam Chair, as I'm sure Madam Chair would like to see it go higher. And we're continuing to do that important work and provide the opportunities. For Indigenous workers, industry has about 5% Indigenous workers. On our projects, we have 14% Indigenous workers. And we have about 65% local hires, which is generally about 100 kilometers. And what that means, Madam Chair, is that these people are earning a good living and they're spending money in our local businesses and supporting their local community. We are moving the dial, Madam Chair, on these employment opportunities and changing people's lives. And I think that's what's critical here. I'm continue to be disappointed that the members opposite don't think this is a good idea. We're proud of the opportunities we're providing for British Columbians, and we look forward to doing more.
Member.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I also wish we had equal pay legislation, but that doesn't seem to happen either. The minister can wish a whole lot of things, and she can try to characterize our lack of support for the CBA process. It's not the process that you can get with a local hire process. It's the fact that it's 19 favored unions with a government-run hiring hall that is impacting private contractors as well, and in fact driving up the cost of projects with a smaller scope that we take issue with. So the fact that the museum has been singled out to be not part of the CBA means that at least the museum will have a savings of anywhere from 7 to 23%, because the Cowichan Hospital is 23% over budget from when it first started and was first being talked about. The highways projects are over budget. The Patello is over budget with a scaled back on the Surrey side of the Scott Road interchange. That's being left for the municipality to pick up the tab because the government walked away and scaled back the project of replacing a 4-lane bridge with a 4-lane bridge for more money. That's what we oppose with CBAs, not hiring more women, not training more Indigenous communities members. But I'll take the minister back to the actual question, which wasn't answered. She referenced in her first answer about whether this was subject to CBA or not, that for geographic boundary reasons, it wasn't. What is the geographic boundary reasons that disqualified this project?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to correct the member. His numbers are inaccurate. We've done actually a recent analysis of the cost of CBA, and it's 1 to 4% of total project cost. That's not, the member's numbers are completely inaccurate. And again, I've provided this answer that when we take a look at a capital project, it goes through a rigorous process to identify if it makes sense for it to be a CBA project. The analysis looks at trades availability, it looks at size of project, it looks at timing, it looks at geographic area, and we make the determination based on whether or not it makes sense for it to be a CBA project. It went through that analysis, and it was decided and it was recommended that it not be considered for a CBA project.
Member.
Thank you. Well, a couple of things. Still haven't got the geographic parameters, but that's fine. I will point out to the minister that she wanted to try to characterize that we don't support Indigenous employment and training of women on these job sites. I'll point out that the Trans Mountain Pipeline project, you know, that one that they were going to use every tool in the toolbox to oppose, and that we were adamantly saying we needed, and now that we see our fuel further constrained and prices skyrocketing, it becomes more apparent why. They were at 18% Indigenous employment and 21% women employed, and that was before the Fed stepped in. So we've always supported that type of training opportunity in the job force. That side seems to actually oppose projects that can do that. I'm just wondering though, this obviously must have had Treasury Board approval, and so if this doesn't qualify for CBA moving forward because of geographic constraints and labor market constraints, and the only project we can find is the Cowichan Hospital, which is completed in 2025 according to the budget book, so maybe 2026 at the latest, hopefully. That seems to me that that would mean and indicate that there is no capacity for this general geographic region from Cowichan through to Victoria for any CBAs to be granted on any government projects between now and the end of the museum renovation. Is that what the analysis by Treasury Board and the government was when they determined that this should not qualify for CBA, that in fact there's no capacity for any more CBAs until well after Cowichan Hospital is completed and the museum is completed?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So every project, of course, has its own assessment, goes through its own rigorous assessment by Treasury Board staff and by Treasury Board to determine if it makes sense for it to be a CBA project. There will be certainly more opportunity on the island, and it's determined every year as we take a look at the projects in the capital plan, and we make that determination accordingly. Now, I was pleased to hear the member talk about the desire of members opposite to have local hire, Indigenous hire, women hire. But I want to say that BCIB takes a slightly different strategy than what I would call a traditional industry strategy, because while there might be a desire and a willingness to hire Indigenous people and women, we are also seeing that those underrepresented groups tend to leave the work site. They tend not to stay in the industry. They tend not to stay to get properly skilled up, and that means that they lose an opportunity. And what BCIB has done is develop a respectful on-site initiative that is not only creating cultural safety for women and Indigenous people and underrepresented groups, but what's really, I think, really interesting, and I think I want to applaud the leadership of BCIB for what they're doing, is they are now pitching this initiative beyond our projects. They are local governments, municipalities are very interested in this training. The private sector is interested in this training. It's making a difference in their work sites because it's more respectful. And I'm sure members around this House, I mean, I can certainly, not that I've spent any significant time on work sites, but I do remember visiting places of work that were male dominated only to find sort of that pin-up of, women barely dressed in, the back office that was insulting and disrespectful of women. And I'm not saying that is currently what we see, but there's sometimes that attitude can prevail. And so while a contractor might have a handful of women or a handful of Indigenous people, if the work site isn't safe, if the work site isn't respectful, then those people tend not to stay. And they lose out. And we lose out, frankly. So I want to say, Madam Chair, that I think there's certainly a lot more here that BCIB delivers that benefits these underrepresented groups that hadn't been done before, that is making a difference in people's lives.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is going to be a long afternoon if we cover everything but the question that was asked. The question was really if there's going to be any, does that mean there's no more CBAs until these projects are done, if this doesn't qualify because of local, geographic, and labor constraint issues? The minister referenced that the recommendation was to not have this be part of the CBAs. So the simple question is, who recommended it and who ultimately approved that recommendation?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the member suggesting that I didn't answer the previous question, I did. I just said there would be more opportunities on the island, but that this particular project was not, it was determined not to make sense for it to be a CBA. And so the way all decisions are made on any capital project is it goes through a review process, options are presented to Treasury Board, and Treasury Board makes a decision.
Member.
Thank you. No, that wasn't part of the answer. It was all of the other superfluous narrative, especially around respectful workplaces. I would point out that all workplaces have respectful workplace in this day and age. And in fact, my understanding is that with the CBAs, they actually only have a 60% completion of the respectful workplace program at this point. So I'd say there's still a little bit of work to do on those CBA work sites too, while the minister wants to slag all the other construction sites around the province. In terms of Treasury Board approval, just recently, Treasury Board, the minister brought forward Bill 6, gave her the ability and the authority and the power to potentially just make unilateral decisions without the full input of all of Treasury Board. Was the museum one of those decisions, or was it the full Treasury Board discussion that approved the museum vanity project for the Premier?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome back. The legislation that the member refers to just passed, and the decision on the museum was made some time ago.
Member.
Thank you. So is the minister saying some time ago, when exactly was the Treasury Board approval of the museum project?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The decision was made in March.
Member.
Thank you. Well, that certainly is convenient timing, I guess, and we'll explain why it's not in this budget. But I thought I'd read somewhere that there was a move to try to have within 30 days of decisions that are made outside of the budget book being created, in which this case it was December for expenditures. I think this would count as an expenditure. If it was made in March, to try to make those public and update people on an updated budget, why was that timeline not met? Why was it mid-May if the Treasury Board decision was in March?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So as I said in my earlier answer, it came to Treasury Board in March, but the member, I suspect, well knows that before anything can happen, it has to go back to committee to Cabinet for review before I would convey a decision to the ministry. And if the member has more questions about that, around the project approval process around the ministry's responsibility to report out, I would encourage the member to ask that ministry.
Member.
Thank you. Well, unless there's been a major change, Treasury Board minutes should go to Cabinet for approval fairly quickly, within a week, 2 at the most. Has something changed where decisions at Treasury Board and minutes from Treasury Board are delayed in making their way through to Cabinet?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So that is the process, but it also is year end. It's March. It's a busy time, and not everything gets moved as quickly as it does at other times of the year. It's an incredibly busy time, and so again, I want to suggest that the member check in with the minister responsible if they have further questions about their responsibilities around reporting out.
Member, Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think we canvassed this pretty extensively in Bill 6, where it was made very clear who the Chair of Treasury Board is, and that's the Finance Minister. The Finance Minister sits at Cabinet. So I am asking the Minister responsible. I'm asking the Minister responsible for Treasury Board if minutes from a Treasury Board meeting that have staff dedicated to Treasury Board to type up said minutes. Regardless of how busy government is, government's always busy. Can't use the pandemic this time. The question was if the process has changed. Typically, Treasury Board minutes would go to the very next Cabinet meeting, if not the following one at most. This was in March. It only got announced mid-May. And yet the minister is being very evasive about when Treasury Board minutes would have gone to Cabinet. Not what the Treasury Board minutes said, just when they went to Cabinet. Has something changed where Treasury Board minutes are so far behind that they're not getting to Cabinet in a timely fashion like they're supposed to?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. They do go in a timely fashion.
Member.
Thank you. So we have a project that went to Treasury Board. Minutes of Treasury Board go to Cabinet in March, beginning of April. Assuming there was a business plan that Treasury Board looked at, according to the Minister of Tourism, it's thousands and thousands of pages. That's what she said yesterday. I'll give her a little creative license for that. Perhaps it's not thousands. But one would hope it's a complete business plan. That we heard today is still a work in progress for its release. Yet Treasury Board and Cabinet dealt with it in March. And we might see it a week after a public announcement is made. Possibly. And we're a little cynical around this because this is the most secretive government in Canada who doesn't seem to want to give just straight, clear answers on something as fundamental as the Premier's vanity project that he stood up on Friday to announce unexpectedly, out of the blue, that's not in the budget, wasn't rumored. So why did Treasury Board not authorize the release of the business plan and Cabinet not authorize the release of the business plan to coincide with the announcement? Why is it being looked at and worked on? The expectation is that the full and unredacted business plan will be released. It obviously exists if Treasury Board's dealt with it. Why is it not released?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding that the RBC Museum, the redevelopment, was in the minister's mandate letter. So I don't know why the member is so caught off guard, or perhaps their critic wasn't paying close attention. But it's in her mandate letter from 2020, and she's been doing the work to deliver on that mandate. But in terms of the specific request, the member around the release of the business plan, that's a question that's appropriately answered by the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport.
Member.
Thank you. Well, I'll again address the question through the chair to the Minister of Finance, who's also the chair of Treasury Board, who approved this project. Was there a full and costed and detailed business plan that Treasury Board looked at when they approved the museum?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The answer is yes, as we do with all of our projects.
Member.
Thank you. And to the Minister, was there a value for money analysis as part of the business case that Treasury Board approved?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if we could just take a bio break.
We will take a short recess, 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. See you shortly. This House is in recess. right, members, I'd like to call this committee back into session. Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So whenever, for any business case, right, there's a process that is undertaken and an analysis that's undertaken. And so we have a team that look at the scope of the project, they look at the schedule, they look at the budget, they look at the risks, they do a risk analysis, they look at procurement options, they do a qualitative analysis that puts down the numbers to it. But they also do a qualitative analysis, recognizing that sometimes you can't put numbers on the value of something. So I'm thinking about whether it's building another school, and qualitatively, what does that mean for children to have a safe school, or protecting 7 million documents of history, and what does that look like? So that has value, but how you actually monetize that, we generally don't do that, but we recognize that's important. We always look at more than one option is also part of the analysis that happens, as well as it also looks at government's capital asset management framework as part of the overall analysis, and of course market sounding goes into making sure that's considered, and that goes for any project that government is undertaking.
Member.
Thank you. And I asked the question about value for money because obviously people were pretty stunned by the price tag when they saw it. And so, we started to look for what would be representative examples of current museums being built, at least within North America even, to get that context. The most recent one, which is actually under construction right now that we can find, is the Obama Presidential Museum. Broke ground in 2021, will be open in 2025. Built in Chicago, which is an expensive real estate market. So fairly comparable in North American building standards, North American building wages. It's on 19.3 acres. Has 235-foot tower, which will have the museum with its archives and displays in it. It has a public forum, a public plaza, an athletic and recreation center, has a new branch of the Chicago Public Library as part of it, and it even has a play area with, yes, a sledding hill, which will actually have to be built. Doesn't exist, will be built. All for $700 million. So again, the question around the value analysis is critical. So what was the tipping point for Treasury Board that they felt $1 billion was an appropriate use of funds in that business case?
Minister.
Very much, Mr. Chair. As we've seen over the last day and a half, sometimes the member gets carried away on his numbers, but I do want to correct the record that this project is $789 million, and that it did come before Treasury Board with a comprehensive business case. Treasury Board made the decision. If the member wants more details, he'll have to speak to the ministry, the appropriate ministry.
Member.
Thank you. Did the tourism minister present to Treasury Board, or was it the Premier's office that presented to Treasury Board?
Minister.
Ministers present their projects to Treasury Board.
Member.
Thank you. Well, that's concerning. Because today in question period, it was a little unclear what exactly the answer from the tourism minister was about the status of the business plan. But yesterday on the radio, it was very clear when she said they just finished reviewing the business case. That's what the minister said yesterday. The tourism minister that the chair of Treasury Board just said was the one that presented the business case in March. So which is it? Was the business case presented by the tourism minister in March, or was the tourism minister just finishing reviewing the business case yesterday?
Minister.
Thank you. Again, if the member is insinuating that somehow I am not telling the truth in this House, and I have some serious issue with that, and I would ask that the member suggest perhaps redact and not suggest somehow that I was misleading this House. I already answered the question.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't suggesting that the minister is misleading this House at all. I asked the minister which timeline is accurate. It's up to her to clarify which timeline is accurate. We have two competing timelines for the business case presented to this chamber. We have the tourism minister, who just yesterday on radio said the business case just finished reviewing. And we have the finance minister, who is the chair of Treasury Board, saying that the minister, the tourism minister, presented the business case, the full business case, in March to Treasury Board. I'm simply asking this minister to confirm, as chair of Treasury Board, that she was presented in March the full business case for the museum project from the tourism minister.
Minister.
I already answered that question.
Member.
Thank you. And they wonder why they win the award for the most secretive government in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Straightforward question. No answer. But we know the answer, I guess. So let's review what we've learned. We've learned that in March, a business case was presented to Treasury Board. Treasury Board approves that. Treasury Board advances those minutes quickly to Cabinet. Yet no mention, no discussion moving forward of this project, even as we're seeing budgets being presented and discussion. We then get an announcement of a project with no design, no plans, no concept shared with the public. Fast forward a couple more days, we hear from the Minister of Tourism that they have in fact just finished reviewing the business case, and it might be released on Friday of this week, if the public is lucky enough to actually have the government share any information with them. Will the chair of Treasury Board commit that Treasury Board will release the full and unredacted business case for public review?
Minister.
Very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm sure the members can appreciate that there is information in any business case that could potentially jeopardize procurement when you're going to any sort of project, and that I am sure that the member would agree that protecting the public interest to make sure that we can get a good deal would be very important on any project that we move forward. And my understanding is that that's the process that the minister was referring to that is being undertaken. And if the member has further questions about that, I would encourage the member to ask the minister directly, because that's all the information that I have. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you. Well, with this amount of tap dancing, it should have been a performing arts center that's getting built. Business cases need to have some sort of values put to them to come up with a dollar figure. And it's been noted by many, not the opposition, by many, that 789 million seems like a pretty exacting number for an 8-year-out project with a yet unseen business case. Now, museums, depending on the climate controls and things of that nature, I can understand that side of the bidding process might be a little complex. But I'm assuming the minister, as chair of Treasury Board, who reviewed and ultimately moved the project along, would be able to share with us some very broad stroke things that were in the business case, things that most certainly would not be considered problematic to the public interest in terms of bidding or competitive bids. We know it'll be a competitive bid because it doesn't qualify for a CBA. The business case to replace the current museum must have referenced, to come up with a $789 million price tag, the square footage of the new complex. Can the minister share with us, as chair of Treasury Board, what square footage was in the proposal that has been approved by Treasury Board?
Minister.
Thank you very much. So as Minister of Finance and Chair of Treasury Board, it is my responsibility to move things through the process, and I'm happy to share with the member how the process works and how it moves through. But in terms of specific project details, he really does have to speak to the minister responsible.
Member.
Thank you. Well, we've tried, and the minister responsible won't answer questions. So we're trying to ask the chair of Treasury Board, who ultimately approved and chairs the committee that approved and moved on to cabinet for approval, a very expensive project that has garnered a lot of public interest, a lot of public dismay, but interest nonetheless. And we're simply trying to get some quantification of what was actually in that business plan. So it's not asking what the composition of each of those floors would be, or the square footage of the floors, and how much each attraction would be, and what the overall theme of each floor will be. That wasn't the question. The question was, as chair of Treasury Board, how many square feet did Treasury Board approve in the business case for the new reconstructed museum?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had already answered this question. I'm happy to answer it again. And you know, there's a multitude of projects that come across Treasury Board. I'm happy to speak to the process that it moves through. But you know, each minister is responsible for their projects. They have the details of the projects, and I would invite the member to direct his questions to the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport, and in order to get those questions answered.
Member.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Chair. We would have loved to if the estimates hadn't been rushed through so quickly for Minister of Tourism. They were demanded to be the first ones up, so we're done with them. And so we have the Chair of Treasury Board, the Minister of Finance that's responsible for all the expenditures in the budget. I just want to read the minister's quote from the radio yesterday. This is Minister of Tourism. Well, there are some indicative designs that are out there, but part of this process is to engage British Columbians to hear what you and others think that a new modern museum should look like. There are some components that are must-haves. It will be built as much as possible with mass timber. It's going to be up to accessibility standards. We really needed to bring it up to the 21st century. It's going to have the sustainable values that we care about, Passive House, LEED Gold certified. And so there's lots of different moving pieces, but we're working as quickly as we can. We just finished reviewing the business case. And I had committed, the last time we spoke about this, that the government would be transparent about the process so that British Columbians are aware of our plans of the museum. That doesn't say we're just editing the business case for release. It says they're just reviewing it. Because there's a lot of moving parts and everything's up in the air and it's an open canvas, the minister has said. Yet we have the Minister of Finance confirming the Minister of Tourism presented it to Treasury Board in its entirety in March. And I know the minister feels she's answered the question, but she hasn't answered the question, because these are very basic questions I'm asking that aren't going to jeopardize the bidding process. And if it's truly been a full business case, something like, was there even a drawing on the business case of what a concept plan looks like, should be easy to answer. It's a pretty easy yes or no. I'm not asking what it was. I'm asking, was there a concept design? How much square footage was approved for the new museum? It's a pretty simple question. Treasury Board ultimately approved it because they approved the budget. So I'll combine the two. Was there any concept design attached to the business plan whatsoever? And how much square footage was approved in the funding envelope of $789 million that Treasury Board approved?
If I might remind the member doesn't have to agree with the answer the minister gave, but the minister did give an answer. And so repetition of the same question again and again will likely get us the same answer. So I would remind members that repetitious questions can tend to take the time of the House up that can be used asking other questions. So take that in mind, please, member. Minister.
Mr. Chair, and I can appreciate that the member has a series of questions that he's looking for answers, and it is most appropriate that they go to the minister responsible for the project.
Member.
Thank you. Well, let's try this a different way then. And I appreciate the chair's guidance. However, just refusing to answer does not equate to a time to move along. This is the opposition's time to try to get an answer out of the minister. So I'll try this a different way. The minister won't confirm how much square footage was in the business plan. Can the minister confirm there was any concept of square footage in what was approved to be a $789 million project?
Minister.
Very much, Mr. Chair. As I had answered earlier, that any business case for a project like this would have in it the scope, the schedule, the budget, risk analysis, procurement options, the quantitative analysis, the qualitative analysis, several options, an alignment with government's capital asset management framework, as well as market sounding. In addition, part of that would be functional programs, an analysis looking at, like we would have as well in hospitals and schools, that would look at square footage activities that would happen in the space, as well as indicative designs to help give a sense of how to best cost it. But that goes for all of our, the capital projects. A building like this would go through this process.
Sorry. Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you. Well, I'm not sure why that took 4 or 5 questions, but thank you for the answer. Square footage was considered. Don't know what it is, but at least it was considered. If I look at page 63 on this year's budget, under Other, and there's a little number 2 which denotes that it includes BC Pavilion Corp., Royal BC Museum, and other service delivery agencies. In this year's budget, there's $227 million, which I'm assuming the lion's share is for the Colwood facility. 23-24, there's $176 million, and 24-25, there's $188 million. Now, I'm assuming that's for ongoing works with BC Pavilion, likely to do with potential bids around FIFA and things of that nature with BC Place. Can the minister confirm that none of these monies are for the announced rebuild of the museum that was announced on Friday by the Premier?
Minister.
Very much. So it's not yet in there because it wasn't approved prior to budget.
Member.
Thank you, and I'm just curious, the spend for the Colwood facility is fairly significant. Of course, people would support the fact that artifacts need to be properly maintained and preserved. That goes without saying. I'm just wondering, given that its cost at $224 million, I believe it is significantly more expensive than some highways projects that qualify to be part of the CBA program. Why was the Colwood facility not part of the CBA, or is it?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So as I said earlier, that every project goes through a decision-making process around whether or not it makes sense for it to be a CBA project, and it was decided that the collections and research building wouldn't be a project for this kind of procurement and this kind of process.
Member.
Thank you. Well, those 19 favored unions of the Premier must be disappointed they got left out of $1 billion of work down in the Capital Regional District. Is the museum project that has been announced, that we've been canvassing for the better part of the afternoon, is it part, does it qualify or will be subject to a special projects need agreement?
Mr. Chair. As I said earlier, for all projects, we seek ways to achieve labor objectives. For specific details on any specific project, the member does need to ask the minister responsible for that particular project.
Member.
Thank you. Well, this is about Treasury Board approval and whether Treasury Board approved a project that would be required to be part of a special project needs agreement. And so that's the question to the Chair of Treasury Board through the Chair.
Minister.
Thank you very much. And as Chair of Treasury Board, who works with the team at Treasury Board, this is a query that we make of all of our projects and trying to pursue project labor goals, making sure that we have opportunities for underrepresented groups to skill up and to train up. And so that is a process that Treasury Board undertakes for every project. The member's asking us specifics about a specific project, and then the appropriate place to take that question is to the minister responsible for that project.
Member.
Thank you. To the minister, does the OCIB advise on whether or not a project should be deemed a special project needs agreement or not?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So for any project, there's a sort of a standard process that's undertaken. There is consultation with Infrastructure BC, with BCIB, with market sounding, so they check with the market. There's consultation with Treasury Board staff. And within that sort of consultation frame, they look at geographic needs, trade requirements, the timing of the project, the specialized nature of the work, and the capacity of skilled trades, as well as the size of the project. And so all of these things are taken into consideration, and then a variety of options are presented.
Member.
Thank you. Well, the question was whether the OCIB advises whether or not a project should be deemed a special project, to have a special project needs agreement, because the minister didn't want to answer the question the first time, and now has come back with an answer that regurgitates what a CBA is. And frankly, the minister had no problem when we started all these questions, acknowledging that this project would not be subject to a CBA. She came up with that answer very fast and very definitively. The question was, is the museum subject, has it been deemed that it needs to have a special project needs agreement?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I thought I was pretty clear, and I believe the member is speaking about BCIB. If he's referring to some other organization, I'm happy to hear what that is, but I believe it is BCIB that he's referring to. And as I've said, all of the projects, every project goes through a process to make determinations about how to best proceed. And part of that determination is a consultation with a variety of different experts in the field, who know what the opportunities are, who understand the geographic challenges or opportunities, who understand what the trade requirements are, who understand what the timing of a project is needed, as well as the specialized nature of the work, the capacity of the skilled trades, and the size of the project. And so as part of that conversation, there is consultation that is done with BCIB, with Infrastructure BC, and with the market in general for any project. It goes through that process. And then determinations are made based on the information that is gathered through that process.
Member.
Thank you. So again, the minister made it clear that this project, on a direct question whether it needed to have a CBA attached to it, the answer was no. The question is, does the museum project, is it needing to be subject to a special project needs agreement?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And the appropriate person to answer that, the appropriate ministry, is the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture, and Sport.
Member.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, no, it's not, because that wasn't the answer on a CBA. This minister had no problem answering the exact same question with the term CBA attached to it, with the same rationalization for geography, labor pool, everything else, and advice from the exact same organization that advised her on the answer on the CBA. And she's still the Treasury Board Chair this whole time we've been here. So I'll ask again, has this project been deemed to need a special project needs agreement?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So again, if a project, and I shared this before, if a project is not designated a community benefits agreement project at that time, major projects are expected to consider the use of project labor agreements and or procurement and contract terms to achieve the province's labor objectives. That's for all of our projects, Mr. Chair.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since the minister, as the organization that advises on these types of projects and designations, could the minister please advise us what the difference is between the fundamental difference, the major difference between a community benefit agreement and a special project needs agreement?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So a CBA and a PLA, they're really both project labor agreements. The CBA, however, is like a master PLA. It has specific, defined and targeted approach for growing a diverse and skilled workforce. A PLA, on the other hand, is really terms and conditions for a very specific project.
Member.
So I'm just curious then how one gets ruled out completely, the other not necessarily, when they're very similar, and why one would be ruled out and the other seems to still be in play.
Minister.
Welcome back to the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to go back to an answer that I provided, I think it was about 2 hours ago. I went back through my notes. As I said earlier, every project goes through its own assessment to see, if it makes sense. It's part of the consideration of a team of experts. They look at geography, trades availability, size, timing. It goes through a rigorous assessment to determine whether or not a CBA project, what kind of contract terms should be considered. Every project is unique. Every project has its own opportunities, its own risks, its own benefits, and all projects go through this process.
Member.
Thank you. When Treasury Board approved the overall concept and budget for this, what was the level of contingencies that was baked into the $789 million?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's another question related specifically to this project, and I invite the member to ask a question of the appropriate minister.
Member.
Thank you. I have to say this is the first time I've ever heard a finance minister try to deflect this many questions to other ministers. The finance minister is responsible for revenues. The finance minister is responsible for expenditures. As soon as Treasury Board approves something, the finance minister is the chair of. The finance minister becomes responsible for that project, not the minister. So I'll ask again, with that as the backdrop, what was the contingency amount built in, if any, to the $789 million price tag that has been approved by the Chair of Treasury Board?
Minister.
Very much, Madam Chair. I want to set the record straight about the role that I have as Finance Minister and Chair of Treasury Board. I am responsible for overseeing the process for capital projects, setting the corporate capital planning framework, about within how capital plans are developed and how they are assessed. I set the direction around, for example, the ESG framework for assessing projects, making sure that projects follow policy, helping to develop policy about how they should be assessed, by what criteria. The member asked a very specific question, a very specific project that the minister is responsible for in terms of the planning and the delivery of that project. And so, again, I invite the member to ask specific questions about specific projects to the member that is responsible for the planning and delivery of that project.
Member.
Thank you. Well, I'm asking the minister responsible for the overall expenditures of the province of British Columbia, who has at her availability all of the financial staff from all the various departments and all the ministries, if she so chooses. Because again, to the public at home, it's not just the 5 staff we see on screen, which are all very great at their job and professional and do great work, but they have whole teams of people sitting and watching the proceedings on TVs and computers as well. It's a fairly straightforward question to the minister about a business plan that apparently was presented in March to Treasury Board with no other details provided to the public other than $789 million. The question was quite simple. Was there contingencies in that $789 million? And what was the value of them, including if there were any management contingencies?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to, I guess, correct the record that the member suggests that I have access to all staff in government. I actually don't. I don't have access to the staff of the Tax Ministry, the Tourism, Arts, Culture, Sport Ministry. They're not my staff. These are my staff who work at the Ministry of Finance, so I think it's really important to acknowledge that. I also, and I appreciate the member's frustration. I mean, I can see him. I can see his frustration. It's apparent, and I can appreciate that. I really do. I also hope that he can appreciate that it's not my role as the Minister of Finance to answer specific questions of projects of other ministers. So if someone's asking a question about a particular hospital capital project, that question belongs to the Minister of Health, who's responsible for delivering the project. It's the same thing on schools. If there's a question about a school being delivered or
how it's being delivered, then it's appropriate, and those questions get directed to the minister responsible for delivering on those projects. And so that is where we direct those questions. And so I'm going to be consistent. The member knows that I have been answering the questions about my role and in what we do in my ministry and how we oversee our processes that I'm responsible for. But in terms of the specific details of this project, the member clearly has questions he wants answered. I can appreciate that, and it is appropriate for those questions to go to the minister responsible for delivering this project.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one would think if standard practice is being followed, that the easy answer would have been yes, there's contingencies. I'm not going to offer up a dollar value because we don't want to expose our hand as we go out to tender and get bids. That would have been the open and transparent answer. As for access to other staff, I've been in estimates with the Minister of Environment where finance staff have been called to come down to provide an answer. So if the person in charge of the whole Treasury doesn't have the ability through various staff channels to reach out to various ministries to get an accurate answer based on financial questions, that's pretty scary for the province of British Columbia. I guess the question I have to the minister around the overall project from a Treasury Board process-wise is why would Treasury Board approve a project to proceed that will see a building that receives almost 1 million visitors a year, tourists, coming off of a pandemic, and approve a project that will see that building, that attraction close in 3.5 months when there's no architect design team ready to go, there's no concept, it's an open canvas, as the Minister of Tourism says. All of that will take, by experts' accounts, anywhere from 2 to 2.5 years. That's an extra 2 million tourists that could have gone through that facility as it currently stands, awaiting for final design, tendering, and the assembling of demolition strategies. Why would Treasury Board approve a business plan to move forward that would unnecessarily harm the Victoria tourism industry for 2 years extra when there's no actual discernible plan and process in place to move this in an expedient fashion?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to acknowledge that it's a good question. And it is appropriate to ask that question of the minister responsible for developing the plan and is responsible for delivering the plan.
Member.
Thank you. Was there any preliminary discussions ahead of the full report coming to Treasury Board? I guess the confusion the public tends to have on this project right now is a pretty major fundamental change. It's going to impact tourism unnecessarily for an extra couple of years. That's why people have deemed it the Vanity Museum project for the Premier, because it seems like it just wants to be closed and demolished long before even an architect is selected, so that there is no choice but to rebuild something in its place. It's been in the minister's mandate letter apparently for 5 years. Not this minister, but the tourism minister. It didn't show up in this budget. And it didn't show up in next year's budget, and it hasn't shown up in next year's budget. So I'm just wondering, to the finance minister, when exactly we're going to see it show up? Will it be in a quarterly update? Will it be where exactly accounted for in the budget moving forward? Because it appears the museum is slated for closure in September. There's no money in the budget. So it's going to close, but it's going to be demolished with no money in the budget. So I don't quite understand how that timeline fits. So perhaps the minister could steer me where in this budget, since it's her budget, the money for the demolition between September 6th and March 31st, the end of the fiscal, is actually going to take place. Or is the demolition in 23-24 because the money's not in the budget either? Or is it happening in 24-25 because that's not in the budget? Not even for demolition.
Minister.
Very much, Madam Chair. I was doing a little bit of research, and it's this minister who received in her mandate letter to do a redevelopment of the Royal BC Museum. So that was in 2020 that she received her mandate letter. And then for all plans, and I know that the member knows this, but I think it's important to be reminded, and for anybody who's watching, that all of our capital projects, there's a concept plan that needs to happen, so that we get a sense of I guess a bit of the scope and what sort of the general ideas, and that can take 6 to 12 months in order to get a concept plan developed. And then once the concept plan goes through its process and it's agreed that it will continue to move forward to the next stage, it goes through a business case process. And that can take anywhere from 12 to 18 months, depending on, again, size, scope, complexity of the project. And so there's been, a significant, it's 2 years since the previous election, and here we are with an announcement and a business case that will be released imminently. And in terms of the member's question, it doesn't show up in budget until the business case is approved. We will see, he will see, public will see the release as part of, I wrote down excuse me, I forgot to write down one name of it says financial and economic review, sorry. I got lost in my notes. I have a lot of notes here. It gets released as part of around the same time as public accounts, which is like sort of before the end of August. So members will see that in there, and then again it will be seen in the first quarterly early in the fall.
Member.
Thank you. Well, surely the minister must have had to have approved some sort of expenditure for this year's fiscal. I'm assuming it would come out of contingencies for demolition, because the museum closes September 6th of this year. Fiscal doesn't end until March 31st. Sure hope that we're not just going to have it sit dark instead of have an extra 250,000 or so visitors in that time frame come through. Surely there must be money that needs to come in forward in this fiscal through contingencies for design and to make sure that architects are secured. It's a very specialized building, museums, specialized work. A, they're in high demand. B, it's not going to be easy to find. And C, they're probably going to be expensive. Probably going to want some money up front. It's going to be a lot of work to their firm to have to front a lot of costs. So can the minister confirm that any of that type of work in this year's fiscal is going to have to come out of contingencies, and how much money she has approved as the finance minister, as the chair of Treasury Board, in this year's budget out of contingencies for the work on the museum that was announced on Friday?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So if the member has a copy of the Blue Book, he will see on page 195, I will draw his attention to vote 48, capital funding, that lists a number of places, number of ministries where we have identified some operating expense for the year 22-23, and so it includes the Minister of Advanced Education and Skills Training, Attorney General, Minister of Education and Childcare, Minister of Health, Minister of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport, and the Minister of Finance. So there's a list of capital projects there. If the member wants to take a look on page 195, we'll see the Royal BC Museum, Minister of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport, that there's almost $56 million set aside in this budget, out of the capital budget for works to be done this year.
Member.
Thank you. In terms of process on announcements, typically something of this magnitude would usually have federal funding announced at the same time, federal partnership announced at the same time. Noticeably absent was any federal participation at all. Feds are usually hesitant to jump into a project after the fact, much like the province is hesitant to jump into a municipal project after the fact if they're not on stage to begin with. Our understanding is that it was considered by the province to be put forward to the feds for some federal money as on a long list of projects to potentially submit, and that in fact it dropped off for one reason or another. One version going around is that the business case wasn't deemed to be strong enough to qualify for federal money. Why is there no federal money as part of this announcement for something as significant as the heritage of our province?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And of course, we welcome federal dollars for any project that we have on the go, and we have a number of partnerships with the federal government, and they're welcome to partner with us on
any number of additional projects. As to the federal government's decision-making around what projects it selects to support or to partner on, again, I can't speak to the decision-making process of the federal government. I don't have any inside knowledge about how they make their decision on which projects to support and which ones to not support.
Member.
Thank you. Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear with the question. I guess I'll be more blunt with it. Did the province submit this for consideration by the federal government and then retract the request to the federal government, or is it still outstanding as a request to the federal government?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm prepared to answer the question, but I'm wondering if we could take another bio break, 5 minutes. Is that okay? I'll be quick, if that's okay. Thank you.
We'll take a recess for 5 minutes. I'll call the committee back to order. Minister.
Very much, and I appreciate the member indulging me in taking a bit of a break. Small person, small bladder. It's always been a bit of a challenge, and so I appreciate that. The member asked about how priorities get communicated to the federal government and what happens to those priorities. And so the Premier is, as the one responsible for government here in British Columbia, has a relationship with the Prime Minister, and he is the one who conveys priorities of our government and looking and seeking partnership with the federal government on those priorities. And so I can't speak to the specifics of their conversations and of the lists that get shared with the federal government. So again, and I know that the member's not going to be happy with me, but at least those estimates are forthcoming, and there'll be an opportunity to check with the Premier, but I can't speak to the conversation about lists and what conversations happen with the federal government, and I don't have that information to share with the member.
Recognizing the member for Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate the time that my colleagues provided me to ask a few questions of the Minister of Finance. Last year, during the estimates process, I had an opportunity to ask the Minister of Transportation with respect to some of the construction projects, the CBA agreements, and some of the cost overruns associated with it. At that time, the Minister had encouraged me to actually ask the questions to the Minister of Finance, and so that's why I'm here today. So certainly hoping that you might be able to shed a little bit more light on the entire process and the rationale and reasons for the CBA community benefit agreements. So through your Honourable Chair to the Minister, can the Minister share specifically what the difference is between a PLA and a CBA? It's certainly my understanding that project labor agreements can establish a significant number of criteria when it comes to hiring ratios, local hires, specifying specific spends for First Nation or Indigenous communities. And so I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what do CBAs provide that are not provided by a project labor agreement.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had canvassed this question before. I'm happy to repeat the answer for the member. I recognize he may not have heard it. So they're both
project labor agreements, but they are different in how they achieve their goals. So the CBA is like a master PLA. It has very specific, very defined, and very targeted approach for growing a diverse and skilled workforce. It's not about ratios, it's a continuous process. A PLA, on the other hand, is really a terms and conditions agreement for a very specific project.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Maybe I would preface the question this way. Is there anything afforded under a CBA that could not be achieved under a project labor agreement? I've certainly seen in the past project labor agreements will be able to set forth hiring ratios, both for Indigenous, for women, for minorities. They'll also be able to establish apprenticeship ratios. They also typically would establish local hiring ratios. In addition, they quite often will specify specific spends or dollar amounts that would be expended with local First Nation companies. Through you, Honourable Chair, to the Minister, I'm just looking for specifically what is contained and provided by a CBA that is not afforded or available to any other form of a project labor agreement.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the member does ask a good question in terms of understanding the distinction. And so a generic PLA, for example, might have some labor objectives that are, because they're tied to the project. People come in, they might learn a piece on this project, and then they have to wait until they can get hired on another project to take their skills through to the next level. Because we're talking about skilled trades, and you don't necessarily become a master at the skill on your first project, or maybe not even on your second or your third project. It might require many more hours. With the CBA, which is a kind of project labor agreement, the commitment really is to see people through the beginning of their skilled training right through, so that we can build out a sophisticated, talented, and skilled workforce, particularly targeting those that are underrepresented. I think the member, sort of appreciating that value, but it's more than just how many people that are underrepresented are on the projects. It's more than that. It's the level of skill development that they can attain, and it's through CBA that we can see people through a sophisticated skill development that this province frankly needs. And so this is our government's way of helping to deliver that skilled workforce that we know that we're going to need in the years to come.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Well, the Industry Training Association is responsible for skilled trades delivery. They provide the education. I appreciate a significant portion of apprenticeship training is on the job site, and that would either be attained through an employee's continuous employment with a company or potentially being part of a union hall. So through your Honourable Chair to the Minister, I still have not yet heard from the Minister what additional benefits are afforded by a CBA other than what would alternatively be available through a project labor agreement. So the opportunity for workers to obtain apprenticeships through the Industry Training Authority, as well as to have a long-term employment arrangement, either with a private sector corporation or company or contractor, which may or may not be through a union hall, that opportunity for the ongoing work, the work experience, is available regardless of whether there's a CBA or not. So through your Honourable Chair to the Minister, just trying to have a bit better understanding, what specifically does a CBA offer that is not available through the typical project labor agreements?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There is a real clear distinction here. With a CBA, the employer is BCIB, and they can better support people through the training process, so it's not as simple as just going to the job site. There's certainly much more involved. As well as we need to remember that the workplace culture has a tremendous influence on whether or not people stay, they may stay in the project, but they may not stay in their career, or may not stay focused on their training if they don't feel welcome, or if they feel bullied or harassed, or in some ways intimidated. And so making sure that people are successful in their training is another piece that the CBA brings. And I have a number of testimonials from people who've clearly benefited from working on a CBA. This one from Christine Johnston, who's a rock truck driver on the Illecillewaet project. This is what she had to say. I've never worked on a BCIB site before. I had no idea what it was when I came here. But our guys on site, they're fantastic. I feel like there is so much support from the BCIB supervisors on site representatives and other staff. You can go to them with any issues and any questions with solutions found right away. There's a lot of support for the employees, which makes work easier. So Christine certainly shows, the benefit of having, others on the work site who can support her in her efforts to learn a new skill and learn a new trade. We have a number of others, Madam Chair, from Ken Carlin, who's the owner-operator at Highway 1 Salmon Arm Project, and he says, BCIB is different because they hire local and First Nations people first, which is really good to see. Mark Jefferson is a rock truck driver on Illecillewaet, said, I think diversity definitely matters. It's necessary to give everyone an equal chance to work and equal opportunity for men and women of all walks of life. And so there's real appreciation for working on these projects. We have another one, a traffic control person who's on the Broadway subway project, and here's what they had to say. Diversity on BCIB job sites matters because it brings new ideas and experiences to people where they can learn from each other. The value of diversity is something important in my culture. The last thing I want to point out, one more that I want to read into the record because I think it's really telling, and it speaks to the point I made about continuous learning, that the opportunity to continue to develop is really about the rehire process that happens through BCIB. And this is from Dawn Purvis, who worked on the Kicking Horse Canyon project on Highway 1, and she was BCIB's first female foreperson. And here's what she had to say. At BCIB, you have the opportunity to work on lots of different projects. And I think that's what's so telling is that the opportunity to get rehired and to get really skilled up and to have different experiences so that they can be skilled up is really critical. Here's what else she had to say. You're on the board as a rehire and you get calls. It's not a dead end when this job is done. Because I think that's what a lot of women had experienced, or First Nations people, or underrepresented groups, is they just felt like if they didn't get rehired, then what was the point? She says it's exciting. You take what you've learned from this project and you move on to the next one. That's pretty big. So that's what Dawn Purvis had to say about her experience. So I think this is the tangible difference, the qualitative difference that comes with a CBA project and the benefit that BCIB brings to making sure that we have a workforce of tomorrow and that it's not just enough to do. I mean, I'm not saying that the more traditional PLAs that the member might be looking at, I'm not saying that it has no value. It has value, but there's an added value here in terms of making sure that people continue to grow, continue to learn, and supporting them in the workplace so that they can maximize their learning. And I know the members are well aware of the anticipated workforce challenges around the million job openings that we're anticipating over the next decade or so and the impact that's going to have. And so by investing today, by making sure that capital dollars are not just building projects, but they're building people, they're building a skilled workforce, and building one that considers diversity and equity as part of that, as well as reconciliation, is really all of government's values coming to bear as we build out these important projects.
Member.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chair, and I do appreciate the Minister's response. I certainly didn't hear any significant benefit that is provided CBAs over and above some of the deliverables that are attainable under a typical project labor agreement. The CBA recently completed a study that estimated an additional $4.8 billion in cost associated with CBA programs. The minister referenced the Salmon Arm West project. That was a project that I was very proud to announce with my colleague then, the Minister of Transportation, MLA for Kamloops South Thompson. It was announced in the fall, September of 2016. At the time, it was $162.7 million, and that was for 6.1 kilometers of four laning. So 6.1 kilometers for 162.7 million. That project is now estimated, the last update I was provided was $20 million over budget, which is not a lot, but the sad part, through Honourable Chair to the Minister, is that they've cut the project in half. 3.3 kilometers for $20 million more than the original budget. So there's a significant cost that's associated with the CBAs, and I appreciate some of the hiring ratios that the Minister has shared with this House, especially when it comes to Indigenous peoples. But the Minister indicated, I believe, in an earlier response to our critic, that the hiring ratios for Indigenous people on CBA projects is only 15.6%, I believe she said. Let's call it 16%. The Trans-Canada Highway Expansion Project from Chase to Hoffman's Bluff that was put out to tender and it was constructed, I believe, from 2015 to 2017, 30%. It achieved a 30% hiring ratio for Indigenous peoples, almost twice the hiring ratio that this minister is indicating and touting as being such a wondrous opportunity under these CBA agreements. I was having a look at a report recently, and this is for total employment in the construction industry, BC construction employment for Indigenous peoples. In 2015, 7,800. 2016, 12,000. And in 2017, that increased to 13,000. A significant increase in hiring of Indigenous peoples on construction projects without a CBA agreement, without the extraordinary and high cost of CBAs. Honourable Chair, there was a report that was commissioned by Infrastructure BC, and I know that the Minister has referenced Infrastructure BC in some of her earlier responses to our critic with respect to their role in managing large capital projects in the province of BC. And I was fortunate enough to get a copy of about a 363-page document that was completed by Partnership BC, where they actually evaluated the true costs associated with CBA project with respect to the Cowichan Hospital. Now, this is not work or estimates that were undertaken by the private sector. These are estimates that were undertaken by Infrastructure BC, and Infrastructure BC is one of the entities, one of the Crown agencies that actually provides advice to the Minister of Finance. And I know that the Minister of Finance is concerned of the rest of us in the province of BC about having a respect for taxpayers. But it's interesting, Honourable Chair, in that this particular document that was completed, I believe it was December of 2019, assessing the true cost of going to CBA on the construction of the Cowichan Hospital. Now, there was two options that were considered. One was a typical design-build finance, and the other one was under a community benefit agreement. And what they found, and largely this has to do with there's not a lot of interest in many of the private sector contractors to bid on CBA projects. They want to have control of their workforce, and under a CBA agreement, a lot of that control is diminished, as the Minister has shared, that anybody working on CBA projects, their employees actually are the employee of BCIB. So the corporation loses direct control and ability to manage their workforce. So many corporations don't bid. And as we all know, Economics 101, it's supply and demand. We see fewer companies bidding on a project, it dries up the cost. And so Infrastructure BC, in this 363-page, very detailed report, established and identified that the total capital cost for a typical design-build finance for the Cowichan Hospital was $718 million. $718 million. Through your Honourable Chair, to the Minister, and I'm sure that the Minister has likely seen this document. If not, I certainly encourage her to have a look at it. The estimated cost expenditure by taking that contract and going to a CBA, $882.2 million. That's $163.4 million of additional spend. That's a 23% increase. And the only benefit that the Minister has been able to share with us today that is afforded a CBA versus a traditional project labor agreement is some nebulous rhetoric around how somehow these employees have a better opportunity to go from one construction job site to another. Well, that's exactly what happens in the real world. A construction project might be a year or two when that project's finished. Those workers then have an opportunity to work with that company on other projects around the province. So through your Honourable Chair, to the Minister, I'm certainly not seeing, hearing or understanding how for a project like the Cowichan Lake Hospital, any justification for an additional $164.2 million spend. That's the equivalent of another 6 or 7 schools. I know that there's a shortage of funds out there for many needs around the province, whether it's expansions of operating rooms, the Shuswap Lake General Hospital as an example, which is in dire need of expansion. There's no shortage of needs around the province. But it's interesting, Honourable Speaker, for the Minister of Finance to move forward and approve the construction of the Cowichan Lake Hospital at an additional $164.2 million, a 23% additional spend. And the benefit that is flowing from that is nebulous at best. The hiring ratios that the Minister has touted are not anywhere even close to what some of the hiring ratios that were achieved prior to CBAs even being made available. But I think I'll digress, Honourable Chair, and I'm just going to go back to the whole concept of the CBAs. As we know, when government made the big announcement, there was 19 handpicked unions that were agreed and identified by government that could participate in the CBA program. Any of the progressive unions, Canada West, Christian Labour Association of Canada, those unions were specifically precluded from participating. And so my question through your Honourable Chair to the Minister, can the Minister share with this House what the specific criteria was for government to make the determination on which unions had the opportunity to benefit and participate on these CBA agreements?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So first of all, I think it's important that the member understand that the contractors control the work site. BCIB provides labor, HR services, payroll, so that the person, the contractor responsible for actually doing the building, they can do what they do best. And there's a lot of appreciation for having access to that talent. And I have to say, Madam Chair, how disappointed I am that the member suggested that the people whose lives are changed and transformed as a result of participating in a workforce where they get skilled, where they get supported, and calling it rhetoric is really disrespectful of people's hard work to learn a new skill, to participate in the economy. And the member suggested that somehow it's not having significant impact. The industry average of Indigenous people working in construction is 6%. He's identified a project. He's saying it was 30% from a number of years ago, but that includes people working in the office, people that may not be actually learning the skilled trades. We're paying attention to the people on the job site using skills, learning skills. The average in the industry is 6%, and we're talking 13, 14, 15% of what we're delivering on our projects. And that is transformational, Madam Chair. And before I take my seat, I want to read one more testimonial into the record, because I think it really speaks to how transformational this is for people. This woman, Farima Sheikh Zainal Abedini, a carpenter apprentice on the Broadway subway project, this is what she had to say. I moved to Canada at a young age over 7 years ago, and I'm thankful to this country as there are more opportunities for me as a woman. I've always wanted to create things with my hand, but wasn't sure that I would get the opportunity until I gained the confidence to start a job in the trades. I recently started to work with BCIB to start my carpentry career as an apprentice so I can get the proper skills and also go for schooling. I'm really happy working for BCIB as a carpenter apprentice. They're really patient with me, teaching me all these skills that I need to be successful. They inspire me to improve my talents, and they're also really professional. I feel comfortable and safe working with them. Mr. Speaker, that's the implication here. And with that, Madam Chair, I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section B, reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Finance and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports Bill number 15, complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read a third time, Government House Leader?
Now, Honourable Speaker.
Members, the question is third reading of Bill 15, Low Carbon Fuels Act. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Bill 15, Low Carbon Fuels Act has been read a third time and has passed. Committee Chair.
Honourable Speaker, Committee of Supply Section C reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministries of Health and Forests and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Honourable Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call third reading Bill number 10.
Members, the question is, nope. Somebody. Minister.
Third reading. Bill number 10.
Okay. Members, the question is the third reading of the bill, Bill 10. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Oppose? Nay. Ayes have it. Division has been called. Madam Clerk. Members, the vote on Bill 10 Labor Relations Code Amendment Act is about to take place, and those who are participating virtually would also be contacted by the clerk. Those are in favor, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. Those who oppose, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Chen.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Mr. Deeth.
I vote aye.
And Ms. Watt.
I vote nay.
Those voting aye: Walker, Babchuk, Simons, Popham, Malcolmson, Bear, Callon, Kang, Baines, Dean, Cullen, Ma, Chow, Russell, Starchuk, Anderson, Donnelly, Bailey, Alexis, Whiteside, Heyman, Conroy, Farnworth, Horgan, Robinson, E.B. Dix, Osborne, Chen, Rankin, Ralston, Sharma, Rutledge, Padden, Sandhu, Brar, Begg, Singh, Arsing, Bob, Deeth, Sims, Green, Chant, Leonard, Coulter, Glumac, Yao, Dykeman, Mercier, Firstnow, and Olson 50. Those voting nay: Dirksen, Millibar, Stone, Bond, Halford, Ross, Oakes, Bernier, Payton, Davies, Sturdy, Klovchuk, Rustad, Kylo, Morris, Kirkpatrick, Merrifield, Lee, Watt, Stewart, Shapitka, Letnick, Banman, Ashton, and Taggart, 25.
Motion carried. Bill number 10, Labor Relations Code Amendment Act 2022 has been read a third time and has passed. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the House now adjourn.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Aye.